Hi everyone, welcome to Tuesday Sprints. I will not be alone for too long because Aoife from Pretty Purple Polka Dots is joining me. But welcome to PickPongathon 3.0 Sprints. You do not have to be participating to enjoy these sprints, especially if you need productivity to be done, you need to read some books. I am, though, in honor of it, drinking out of a solo cup. I'm drinking water. But I realized all month I should have been doing that because I bought these cups for the throws that I had to do as a mod. And then I was like, why am I not drinking them when I'm hosting these sprints? Because that would be very funny. So anyways, I've got that. Unfortunately, they're blue because they're cheaper. The red ones are more expensive, which I thought was very odd. But let me know what you all are doing. I ended up deciding to juggle multiple books today, because that's where I'm at. And so eventually I think I'll be reading Bury Your Gaze. I'm about halfway through for that. And I do have the audio as well, which has been an interesting juggle because I started the book on physical, but then the audio came in yesterday. And then I'm also going to be reading on e-reader Ghost Station, which I see that Danny's also reading. Good morning to you. We'll be reading Ghost Station today. Might miss the first chatty bit as I'm in the middle of cooking. No worries. That's also something I need to do, is have lunch. So that might be my first sprint of the day, actually. But let me see here. Oh, what I wanted to say was that the reason why Danny's also reading it is because we're reading it with Nell from Nell Diamond. So we're doing a buddy read of Ghost Station. And I'm very excited, but nervous. I'm trying to keep my excitement at a normal level, because I really enjoyed Dead Silence. And so I'm hoping that I enjoy Ghost Station just the same amount, but without making too many comparisons, because I know that they're going to be very different books. And so, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Also, on top of that, we just had our fourth round of Can We Trust going up, where all of us ask if we can trust Bree from Four Paws in a Book. So there's myself and 6 other vlogs that have just gone live at 12 o'clock. There should be a playlist on Brittany from Brittany Loves Readings channel. I'll try to grab it in the sprint if Ahmad doesn't do that for me first, just in case you guys want to watch. So the first sprint might be me watching those vlogs instead, and then I'll be reading Ghost Station. And on top of that, I'm thinking what I might do is a 45 for the first sprint and then an hour 15 for the next one. I know, keeping you all on your toes. But good morning, Glenda. Hope you're doing well. Also, good morning, Maggie. My boss would sincerely like it if I used these sprints to work on my research, but we'll see what happens. You know what? Do your best. If you want us to monitor you and, hold you accountable, we can. But listen, you just let us know. Do you want us to be harsh or not? Hello, Alicia. Oh, I'm doing really well. Actually, it's been a good day. I went for a walk earlier this morning. I read a short story from Midsummer Mysteries. And I also, I was listening to this. I've just been doing everything this morning, and I'm feeling very productive already. We'll see if it continues, because having a productive morning might prevent me from actually having a productive sprinting session, because I'm I already did stuff. It's fine. Hello, Ro. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I hope school is going well if you're still in school or if you're about to start up again. Hello, Yelena. Hoping to spend the next couple of hours reading with you all. So you're currently reading Ashes and the Star-Cursed King and Lone Women. Ooh, okay, very cool. So very different vibes. That's kind of how I like it when I'm reading multiple things, to have them be very different. Hello. We'll be reading. You'll be eating lunch. You're not reading lunch, and working on captioning a video. Oh my gosh. I feel like you are constantly captioning videos, but I'm sure that those who rely on that really appreciate it. But it's grueling work for sure. Also, Paco is here. A witch is in our midst. For those of you who are looking for a readathon for September, we have Mystic Readathon, and it's pretty chill, or at least it allows you to be as chill as you want, because there's Feather Mode, which I've only educated myself on because I'm a host and I'm like, I don't really know how this works. And then there's also Ripper mode. So if you're trying to figure out how you want your September to be, you can join Mystic Readathon and then figure it out at the start of September. Also, Katie is here. Hello, Katie. I hope you're having a good week. I might be reaching out to you about something, just to let you know. Maybe for some recommendations. That's all I'm going to say, because, yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I want to try some romantasy, and I feel like I need to reach out to the romantasy people for that. I'll be reading Acid for the Children. Whoa, a memoir by Flea. Flea is the co-founding member and bassist of the rock band Red Hot Chili Peppers. What? Oh my gosh, I had no idea. Obviously, Flea is a stage name, I'm assuming. This is Aoife. So Aoife will be joining me because Aoife is one of the hosts for the PickPongathon teams. So she's going to be representing for them. I will be on to read with you all soon, but need to be an adult first. Do laundry. Totally understandable. We have excitement for Katie. I know. I feel like Katie doesn't get to join sprints very often on Tuesdays because job, life, all of that. So yeah, I'm very pleased to see her. Also, greeting others. Oh, it's on your TBR, but didn't really enjoy their previous book. Interesting. So I will say that a lot of people who love Dead Silence, there's been some mixed reviews about Ghost Station. I think it's because it's a bit of a slower burn, like a slower narrative. So I don't know. It depends on what issues you had with Dead Silence. Hello, Lisa. I'm reading 2 books as well, but I'm hoping to finish at least one. Okay, we can do it. I believe in you, and we'll make sure we're productive. I'm sticking to a hard 15, like always, because we need to make sure that we're enjoying ourselves, but also like feeling good by the end of the day. Yeah, no thoughts from either. I haven't started yet. Hello, Jay. I'm reading Get a Life, Chloe Brown. Awesome. A lot of people are reading that this month, or one of the other Brown sisters. Obviously, for PickPongathon, they fit a lot of prompts. I'll be listening to My Heart is a Chainsaw by Stephen Graham Jones. It's a horror novel. Yeah, and I think he's had quite a few books come out, but I think he just had one out this year that a lot of people have been talking about. I still haven't tried him just because I don't know. Like there are certain books that I've considered, but I know that they have like animal death or like explicit, scenes with animals on the page. Not that I've heard about that with this one, but I've been nervous about it. And also a callback to Danny, reading Asunder by Kirsten Hall, fantasy horror, liking it. Her 2021 book, Star Eater, was pretty cool. Okay, so that you've had her before, you've like read a book by her before. That's awesome. Been seeing Bury Your Gaze everywhere in the last couple days. Genuinely, well, I think it helped that Not Your Mom's Boozy Book Club read it. So Brie and Cal, they were the ones who actually made me finally pick it up because I had it from the library and I was like, okay, maybe I'll read something else first. And then I was like, no, actually, I'm gonna read it. Like I knew I was gonna read it this month. I probably was gonna hold off, but so far I'm very glad I picked it up. It's been a very easy read, and like it makes sense that everyone's reading it because it's actually like perfect to kind of get you into the autumnal vibes because it's very metafictional, a lot of horror references. So yeah, like it definitely is one of those kind of, I don't know, leaning into the franchises if you're someone who likes to watch like horror franchises too. Hello, JL. How are you? Hope everyone is well today. Libby delivered for me, and I've started the audiobook of The Tainted Cup. Ooh, I am very excited for you. I love that book, obviously. It's one of my favorite books of the year. So, hello, Beatrice. I'm doing well. We're having a good Tuesday. I hope your Tuesday evening has started off well. You're playing Valorant? Valorant. I don't know, but I hope you're enjoying it. I totally support the idea of having a cozy evening of just playing games. I haven't done that in a while, and I feel like I need to. Hello, Abs. Trying to distract myself because I have a job interview tomorrow morning and I'm trying not to freak out. Oh my gosh, you'll be fine. It's going to be okay. Try to have a relaxing evening. Having a lot of sleep is the most important thing. So, like, honestly, you're doing the best by trying to, like, distract and just relax. Also, let me change my screen because we have someone joining us. Hello, Aoife.
Oh my god, hi.
Laundry done?
All done. I am
Yay!
staring at it out on my balcony now, and tomorrow's going to be super hot and not rainy. So hopefully it should be dry by tomorrow evening.
Perfect.
I love summer. That is the only reason I love summer. The other reasons can go to hell. How are you?
I'm doing well. I have like goals today. I'm gonna be productive.
Oh, a productive time. Excellent.
Because yesterday I couldn't be. I like worked all day yesterday, and I was like, I need to actually read all of these books because they all have deadlines, like for Libby, or like the library, and I'm just like, oh my gosh.
Oh,
But
I have a very different book deadline because I have 3 books that I need to read for a vlog that is coming out on September 12th.
okay,
And I started one, but I'm only like 10 or 15 pages in. Also, I
Okay.
have other books to read for other stuff first.
Yeah, I know. That's how I'm juggling a few projects as well. Like I have video ideas, but I have to read the books prior to said ideas, and then it's like, it's gonna be fun. You know what? We're gonna get things done today, so it'll
We'll
be
make it
great.
work. We'll make
Yeah,
it work.
and we'll be submitting books because the readathon waits for no
That's why we're
one.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be good. But also remind us of what team you're on and what you're reading
So
or doing.
I am Team Europe mom for the lit Pong Champs.
Ooh.
I am finishing up a novel love story of
Mhm.
357 pages. I have 344 read. So
Oh my
I
God.
have this much book left to read. And then when I'm finished with that, I am going on to Emma Disappeared by Andrew Hughes. I don't think that this fits any prompts which I have left open, but I need it for a video.
Okay. Good.
But I'm excited because I've heard good things about it, and by hearing good things about it, I mean I have seen Goodreads not bad reviews. I think
Yeah,
it's
it's
got
more of like
like
you
a
haven't heard
3.6 or
anything bad
something.
about it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
No,
other people have also enjoyed his previous book, so always hopeful.
perfect. It's always nice when you can return to an author and be like, okay, like I can trust this author, I think, because
Yeah,
I've enjoyed something by them before. So yeah.
exactly.
Perfect. We also have Brittany loves reading in the comments. We
Hey,
are
Brittany.
redirecting to her, but just so everyone knows, if you saw that she's starting at 5 p.m., that is wrong. She's not starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. She's starting at 6, or whatever time zone you're in. That was a bit of an oopsie, but it's been corrected. So we're good. And Eva will be asleep by then, so that'll be
I
fine.
will be so dead.
Exactly. Hello, Christy. Currently reading The Dead Romantics. Speaking
Oh, love
of,
the Dead Romantics.
is that your favorite by that author, or
No,
have
my
you?
favorite's The 7 Year Slip. You can pry that out of my cold dead hands.
I think a lot of people would argue that actually
I
that their favorite
absolutely
is that
love The 7 Year Slip.
one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. Good morning, Lind. Going to be doing some planning for family vacation next month.
Ooh,
Ooh.
fun.
Mm-hmm. I'm jealous of that. I thought we have determined that I cannot be trusted to recommend you books.
Yeah,
Well,
I can't recommend you books either.
I'm
So me and
sorry,
Katie are
friends.
just
It's not
in
you. It's obviously me.
Katie
I'm
and
the
I are just
problem.
in the same basket. It's
Mm-hmm.
fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
I just keep putting you guys in this position.
Yeah.
Hello, Kelsey. Working from home today, but we'll be reading some of Remarkably Bright Creatures.
Ooh,
I've
fun.
heard the audio is great for that one,
Why
but
does my head say John Green? I don't think that that's John Green. Is that John Green?
no, but
No.
like I know what you mean. Why you would like mix that up?
Yeah,
Um,
I'm thinking, is it?
I don't know who the author is, but I know that there is like an octopus that talks, like that has like a POV. I think if I'm thinking of the right. Yeah. Ooh, you're loving Tainted Cup. I'm glad. Oh, it's so good. Thankfully, not working today. Only have 6 days left at my job before I transition. Oh
Ooh,
my gosh.
fun.
It is really fun. That's awesome. And you're going to do great when you transition. I just signed up for Slayathon. I'm
Ooh,
in the
fun.
vampire team. Awesome. That one's hosted by Rescue and Reads,
Yeah.
Brittany, if people are wondering. Hello, Cecilia. Reading Shadow of Night by Deborah Harkness, another author I haven't tried before. If I remember, I didn't really enjoy the characters in Dead Silence. I just remember it being mid all the way through. Never really got attached to it. Not attacked. I think I just prefer different type of horror. That totally makes sense.
Fair.
I'm a big sci-fi horror fan if I'm going to read horror, and that's not for everyone. So, I mean, horror isn't for everyone as well in general.
Oh, yeah. I am not a horror girly. Like, I'm doing the Pop Sugar Reading Challenge this year,
Mm-hmm.
and let me read you verbatim one of the prompts with which I'm going to struggle the most. Let me find it first. A horror book by a BIPOC author.
Ooh, I
Horror book
wonder.
by BIPOC author? Great. I will have such a great time. A horror book? Kill me now. But I think Stephen Graham Jones is indigenous? Question mark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking
And
you
if
could also
he is,
try Tiffany Morris. She has a novella. She's a queer Indigenous Canadian author. Green
right,
Fuse Burning, and I felt like
right,
that was
right.
more atmospheric than anything else. Like it's literary, which
Mhm.
so maybe that'll be up your alley. Hmm. Food for thought, and it's short. So if you don't like it, it's only
I
it's like
might
only
have to get you to write that one down for me.
okay. Yeah. I know. I'll send it to you in the private chat so that you like
Yes,
have it.
please.
Mhm. Only 65 here. I know it's pretty cool here. Actually, which I'm loving. Hello, Sir Vasha. Random Tuesday off. Oh, good for you.
Love around Tuesday off.
Me too. And especially after a Monday and you're dreading it and you're
Yeah,
like, oh, I've got Tuesday off.
yeah.
Trying to finish The Wall of Winnipeg and Me. About 200 pages left. Awesome. Oh, yes. Sorry. I'm just like shooting through the comments. I didn't know who she was saying hello to. Aoife's here. Valorant is not a cozy game. Oh my gosh, what's scary? Shooting game. Okay.
Oh,
Good to know. I only read good things about. Oh, you've only read good things about Bury Your Gaze. So far, I'll
um,
definitely read it in the next couple of months.
I know
Honestly,
that I know that Brie did it for Not Your Mom's this month. Did she and Cal enjoy it?
I
I
think
was
that they
I
loved it.
was
Like
dead
they've been like
I
glowing
was
reviews.
dead while they were sprinting, and I haven't gone back to look.
Yeah, I was gonna start it when they were sprinting with it, and then I just like got distracted. But like every time they came back from the break, they seemed to only be saying positive things. And I know that Neva, reading with Neva, and also Ollie from Criminally, both of them were like, this is great. And so yeah, it's very camp horror as well. So if people, in my opinion, it's camp horror. I don't know. But so
Like,
it's not like dark.
I'm not a horror girly, but
Mhm.
also I am familiar with Chuck Tingle's other books.
Mhm.
And I'm very interested to see how his foray into, real serious writing is going to go, and not writing about space raptor sex.
Yeah, I so this is my first experience with him, and I found it very digestible, very easy, very
Okay.
quick read,
I'm gonna
and
see if
also
it
some
goes
good
with
social
anything else.
commentary. Yeah, like on like horror, on being queer and dealing with horror, and I don't know. It's very good. I definitely prefer mysteries over thrillers, but like I like mystery thrillers, if that makes sense. So
Okay,
like,
that makes
which is like a genre blendish. More in the fantasy and romance side. Yeah. See, I'm trying to figure out what romances I like, and I'm getting into fantasy as well. The thing I haven't done, mixing them together into romantasy.
Also ask Brie, because she is living her romantasy life right now.
I have like kind of been like looking at some of the books that she's like really enjoyed on, that she's
She
like
did
reviewed.
she did a haul this
Hmm.
weekend, this time, which may have
Okay.
some suggestions for you.
Oh, awesome. Okay, good. So I might have to reach out. I was thinking about reaching out to her too. Also, Louise is here cooking dinner. Kelly reading Sisters. Ooh, Sisters Like Us. Chlorine is a ooh, and that
Can't
one's
got
also
it.
literary horror. And
Can't
I've
got
heard it's
it.
not that like graphic. Like it's more just like
Is
atmospheric
it
and coming of age.
by Jade Song?
Yes.
Thank you.
Also,
Just
good
gonna put that
afternoon,
in a little
Sherry.
tag.
Currently reading one called Defy the Night, which is like what we all wished Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes could be and knew it couldn't, with a fantasy slant.
Oh, it's Bridget Kemmerer. I know her. She did oh, is it Call It What You Want?
Hmm.
It was a YA. It was about two kids in secondary school, I think. I can picture the cover so vividly in my head. It was like
Mhm.
blue and it had loads of letters on it. Um, but I can't remember what the book was about.
Wow, Defy the Night is fun, says Paco. Also, so Victor Laval, or I've heard of like mixed reviews about this author. As far as like, I
Okay.
know that he's queer, but like the fact that he like a friend of mine, she was a little bit uncomfortable with this one book that he wrote that followed a like sapphic relationship between two women, and didn't really know if like it was a bit over sexualized or just like a bit, from that perspective. So that's why I've kind of almost personally not tried him yet, but
That's fair.
I would be willing to try him. Just I don't know which one I would try. A Curse So Dark and Lovely is also. Ooh, okay. Friends, you're giving me recommendations. I need to
Post
star
your
these.
recommendations.
I appreciate it. But okay, so we've been talking for 20 minutes because we had to do it. We had to do it. We were talking about good books. But now we're gonna go into a 45, and after that, when we come back, we'll then go into an hour and 15 just to like balance it out.
Sweet.
All right, cool. Thanks for joining us, Aoife.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course, anytime. Okay, happy sprinting, friends.
See you in a bit.
Hello, welcome back. Let us know how you did. I'm gonna change the banner to remind everyone to check on your water intake. Make sure you've got food and all that jazz. Yes, beautiful model that Aoife is, having food and water.
Teacher's pet.
Perfect. Gotta stay hydrated so we can keep reading. There we go. There was also a few people who commented a little bit before where we left, so I'll respond to them quick. Lone Women was pretty good, and I don't like horror, so maybe Lone Women. But is Lone Women by a BIPOC author potentially? Servasha, let us know because I can't remember. Also, My Queen by Isabel Canyons. I feel like I haven't heard bad things about this, but I haven't read it myself. So yeah, no worries, Yelena. Like I only know from one experience of a friend. Hello, Dawn, by the way. Saw that you joined right before we got started. Juniper Wiles by Charles DeLint. Interesting. And I also provided the link for the Can We Trust Brie if anyone's interested in watching. There are obviously some really great vlogs in there. I've watched a couple of them during the sprint, but I got to go back and watch a bit more while I'm actually having lunch. But what did we end up getting up to? So I did watch a couple vlogs, but then I was like, wait, I'm probably going to have lunch in the next sprint when it's longer, so I should be physically reading while I can. And so I read the first chapter of Ghost Station, and I'm intrigued. Like I have mostly questions because I don't really fully understand like what's going on. But yeah, I'm intrigued. What did you get up to, Aoife?
I finished this.
Woo! You finished it.
I pinned my vlog clip about it. Put the vlog together. It is now rendering, so should be ready by Thursday. Then I was like, I'm just snacking on stuff, and it's already dinner time, so I'm just gonna make dinner. So I made dinner.
Yummy.
While I was making dinner, I listened to my audiobook, which is The Layover by Lacey Walton, which is set in Belize. It's about a flight attendant. It's her last flight with the airline that she's working with because she's going to go into retirement. And there's a air steward who she doesn't really like, and he's on her flight, and then they get stranded in Belize for 3 days. It's good. It's fine. Then when we go back to reading in about 10 minutes, I'm going to read Emma Disappeared, or, because I forgot that I got this from the library today, the Tea Dragon Festival.
Ooh, that's gonna be very fun.
And I don't really know what to do. I think I might do the Tea Dragon Festival first because it's quicker. Like 100 and something pages. And this definitely fits a prompt. This I don't think does.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that one will be like a quick win, and it's satisfying. The illustrations are very beautiful, and it's sweet. Yeah. Great. Beatrice is also back. Also, Witchy is here. Hello, Witchy. Ooh, reading ACOTAR. Is this your first read through, or are you just late to the game? And by saying late to the game, I also haven't read ACOTAR. You haven't either. Okay, well, that makes me feel a lot better. Hello, Bethany. You're working from home today. General reading update. 87% through Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking. Ooh, a Tinking Fisher. That's a middle grade. So cute. Also 71% into Fires of Heaven, and it's really good. Fires of Heaven, that's for the Wheel of Time, I think, read through that they're reading. I'm 99% sure I'm really good about knowing the titles at this point, even though I am not participating. We'll probably read that a little more tonight, but might put off to Thursday depending on the time. Also, Sarah's here. Hello, Sarah. Looking forward to picking up Wisconsin Vamp later this week and hoping to start Queen of Shadows. Wishing I could read now, but bills. Oh, I know. Work. Yeah, you know what?
What you people need to do is move to Germany, where it is already 7:10 in the evening. Workday's done.
Yeah, it's done. That is the thing. That's our fault. We aren't in Germany right now. That's why we still have to work. If only. And if we were in Australia, we'd be asleep right now. So maybe if you guys want to sleep, just be in Australia. Duh. Yeah. Ooh, Danny got through 2 chapters of Ghost Station, so I'm 1 chapter behind. 7%. Yeah, it's like a thicker book too. That's why it's like taking longer. Ooh, but pulled pork slider.
I read forward and I was like, Tell me more.
Yeah, no, I want to hear more about those. That sounds delicious. Hello, Stacy. Joined just in time for the chatty bit. I'm having lunch. Yeah, this is definitely a lunch and dinner sprint. This one
Yep.
and then probably the next one. Going to watch the Can I Trust videos in the next one. Yay! Yeah, I think it'll be interesting because I've watched a few and it seems like we've all had ups and downs, which is always a bit fun for those watching at least. Yeah. I remembered suddenly when this sprint started that I had to review the mental health codes for my area. So that took priority 75% of the way through ish. Okay. You'll finish the next sprint then for that. You can move on. 60% of Fires of Heaven.
Nice.
Yeah. 15 pages for Dawn. After this, I should probably eat lunch. Yes. Nourish our bodies. That's how productivity works. Just got through watching Brittany's video. Yep, I watched Brittany's video as well during that sprint. Loved the new vlog major. Thanks, Elena. Had Into the Drowning Deep on my TBR for years. I'll try to get to it soon since I'm going to be participating in a few spooky challenges. Yes, awesome. And I know that so Megan Smiley, who's also on here, she had commented and saying that like she had a different experience with Into the Drowning Deep as well. So just spectrum. So maybe Elena, just be prepared.
Everybody reads the same book differently, trust me.
Exactly. That's exactly the point. Read 43 pages of Shadow of Nights. Did some budget stuff. Read more of Verity and about to get some lunch. Chunky chicken salad, sandwich, and Cool Ranch Doritos. I feel like we're all having like summer meals. Like that's a very summery meal, I think.
That is a very summer meal. That is a summer vibe.
Yeah, I mean, we got to, while we're all getting into the spooky season, but we still are in summer. So we're allowed to still enjoy summer things.
Not in Ireland.
Not in Ireland. Ireland's like, nope, goodbye. Summer is gone. We're fine. Did some work on a newspaper article I'm writing. It's nearly done. And then I never want to read another word from a certain author. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Now I'm about to have dinner. Yeah. Sounds like you didn't like that author's writing. Finished my book earlier today, so I wrote my review and updated my journal in that sprint. Next sprint is for food. Sounds good, Bowen. You guys are so much better about writing reviews. I'm terrible with that. I need to get better about it. I will vocally talk about a book. Yeah, but it's the typing, the writing that I don't do.
Yeah.
Reading Never Let Me Go. Oh, in ebook form. 84% Denise. Oh my gosh. Also, hello.
That's really good.
Yeah, you'll finish that. I found that one interesting. I remember, so I read that, and I've also read Clara and the Sun by Katsuo Ishiguro. And I think that I'm not like I'm not enamored by his writing, but I think I like Never Let Me Go better. But I think most people like
read Never Let Me Go. I've never read Clara and the Sun.
Okay. I preferred it to Clara and the Sun, but I know most people are switched. I think a lot of people prefer Clara and the Sun. Prove me wrong in the comments, friends. But I think got to 66% of my book, planning a huge surprise graduation cruise for my son, who is currently at Northeastern University. Aw, that's really fun. He's probably like very excited, at least to graduate. A lot of people are returning to school right now, though, in like this month and next. And I've just been hearing everyone who is like, I don't want to go back.
You guys go back so early.
Truly, I agree. I think that we return too early. Like it's August, and it doesn't make sense to me. Like why do we do that? Yeah, I think we also have a longer period. September. I agree. I think so. When growing up in New York, like K through 12, we'd return in September, and then in colleges we'd return in August. But now I'm currently living in Pennsylvania, and everyone returns in August, and I'm like, what? Why is everyone returning early?
Why is everyone going back? Why is school in August a discussion?
Yeah, I was like, that's also a disgusting month to start anything.
Yeah.
Anyway, late to the game. Okay, good. Witchy, you and me both. It's been and Aoife, all three of us actually. It's been on my shelf for a while. I'm having an unintentionally hilarious experience reading it. Honestly, good. That sounds great. I have heard that like you have to read ACOTAR to read ACOMAF, but like everyone prefers ACOMAF. So like even if whatever you feel about ACOTAR, you're supposed to read ACOMAF no matter what.
Okay.
That's what I heard, apparently. So, but then I don't know. I feel like that feels weird to me to read a book just to read another book in a series. So maybe that's why I've held off.
Maybe.
Yeah. Lone Women is written by okay, making the
Oh,
connections. That makes sense. That now you're talking about okay. I was slow to the game there. But all right. But if you liked it, then like we can definitely like trust your experience on that. I need to ask you and Danny for some recommendations in thrillers, mystery, horror. Ooh, yes. I'll be happy to. I'm gonna have to sit on it and think of like what would be a U book for those though. I make the pulled pork in the instant pot. I can put the recipe in. Yes, put it in my killer kitchen. That'd be great. Oh, I love it. And then we can just like also give it to Aoife personally. Yeah, because everyone deserves a good pulled pork recipe.
exactly.
Back didn't read. Oh, ate food though. Productivity. That is
Yeah, that's the
productive.
work.
Mm-hmm. OMG, never let me go. Like I have vibes, not thoughts, but so many vibes. I actually, so the reason why I even read that was because it was assigned, I was an assistant at a university and that professor had assigned it and also like gave
Okay.
me, yeah, like gave me the modules to teach. And I was like, oh, okay. So I also have to teach this. So I better make sure that I'm reading it. It was really thoughtful though. It was interesting. I know there's a movie too. There's a movie
There is.
for it. Our spooky season starts on Friday. Ooh, as we are going to Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party. My kiddos don't know yet. Oh my gosh, so many
Oh, I love the
surprises today.
surprise.
Yeah,
I
like
love
we've
a
had
fun
two
surprise.
surprises. Mm-hmm. I did not like Clara and the Sun at all. It started out
Oh,
okay, then fizzled out. Okay, Sarasha. So, well, maybe we
interesting.
feel better. Yeah,
Interesting.
indeed. I know that there's also the one. It's got like the term giant in the title. Berry giant. Is that him too? That one I've
I'm
been
looking
intrigued
at
by.
it.
I appreciate it. Thanks for saying that. When horror is in
The
question,
Berry Giant
bear. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I
and the
feel like
Remains of the Day.
that one too. Yeah, yeah. All of those I
You read
know of.
that?
I haven't. No. So I've only read the two books by him, but I know the other two, like very popular books.
Hmm.
Such a newbie to the genre. Still don't know what tropes. You and me both. Like I feel like I've solidified the tropes I like, but I still don't know as much horror as I'd like.
Okay.
Kiddo started school last week. Mm-hmm. Craziness. Yeah. Haven't read Akatar yet either. Okay. It's just one of those, it's like one of those almost like buzzword titles where you just assume everyone's read it. Our schools went back last week, but Scottish schools break for holidays at the end of June.
See,
Mm.
in Ireland, primary
Hmm.
schools break also at the end of June. Secondary schools will break at the beginning of June because of the state exams,
Ah.
but they still don't go back until the end of August, start of September.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes more sense. Like be productive in schools, and
Yeah.
then I don't know. I don't think it makes sense to have them in school as long. That's because Irish and British summer is only
A
1 week.
week if we're lucky. It's a week if we're lucky.
Okay, yeah,
It's
if
usually
you're
2 days.
lucky. Ugh, I love it. There's a that's why there's a stereotype. I think it's funny. As of now, I would say I like Clara and the Sun better. Okay, Denise. Honestly, I've heard a lot of
Yeah.
people say that. Yeah, go ahead, and then I'll think of titles. Made it to chapter 6 of The Dead Romantics. I
Are
really
you
need to
enjoying
do
it?
some filming. Ooh, yes, Christy, answer Aoife's question now. Start typing. Do you like it? Really need to do some filming next sprint though. Okay, totally fine. But yeah, I've only heard good things about The Dead Romantics as well.
I
Like I don't
really
think
like the romantic.
mm-hmm. The movie is equally wild. Okay,
Oh,
Maggie. Yeah, very cool. Ooh, excited to see you try some spooky reads. Yes. Hello, Steph. Eating lunch. Awesome. You are not alone. We are all eating. Oh my gosh, look at us. Got to the end
look
of the
at us
comments.
go.
Woohoo.
I
Although
think you
there
should
are
add
some.
on that 50 seconds to the timer.
Yeah, honestly, like we can just like jump into a sprint. However, now I'm saying, oh, Jay, to quote Billy Connolly, I think we're back. Okay, Aoife, you did like a jump scare where you left for a second for us. And that
Oh,
startled
okay.
me. Yeah, but we're good.
I'm back. You can't get rid of me that easily. Sorry.
I was gonna say, I was like, we're having spooky season, but that's not the kind of spooky we want. 2 seasons, June and winter.
Same in
Hello,
Ireland.
Joey. Welcome. Glad you're here. Love it so far.
Good.
Perfect. Christy.
Good,
Okay,
good.
great. Well, in that case, actually, what I am going to do is because I said I was going to have this be a longer sprint for everyone. So if you just joined, perfect. You can play a bit of catch up with us. This one I'm going to do for 75 minutes just so like I can eat and
Yep.
like relax a little bit, and make up for the fact that we did 45. All right. Well,
Sounds
then
good to me.
see everybody later. Happy sprinting. Hello. Welcome back. Let us know how you did. I know quite a few people joined during that sprint, which was super fun. Glenda reminded us to click the like button. Also, Krista is here. Well. Hello. And I know that you were saying an hour is a really long time. Don't you worry. I'll be switching it back to 45, I think, after this sprint, because that one really was a long one. Also, Michael joined. Hope to finish a book today. You can do it. Progress in the Searcher, one of my many current reads as well. Stacy joined too, working on a client project today. Glad to be here. Glad to be, unless you're Steph, Stacy and Steph. Which one? Let us know which one's here, because I didn't even question the fact that both of you could be here. Also, Courtney's here. I'm sure Courtney is sprinting as well. We had Key join, reading the 5th season. I've read all 3 books in that series, so I hope you enjoy it. My favorite was the 5th season, actually, of the 3. So I hope you're having a good time. Jamie joined, hoping to finish At First Bite, a romance.
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, let us know what you're thinking. Another Jamie popping in during lunch break. Thanks for wishing us happy sprints. But okay, I think I caught up with all of the new hellos. How did you do, Aoife? What did you end up doing?
I took a shower.
Ooh.
I cleaned my kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to read some of the Tea Dragon Festival,
Yeah.
but with my Kindle, the Kindle that I got it on, the screen was way too small for it to make any sense. So I've abandoned it. I put my bookmark into Emma Disappeared, and I have started clowning so hard for Reputation coming. I have a stream in the background.
Mm-hmm.
I have a good feeling about today.
Okay, good. I'm glad you have a good feeling about today. Awesome.
I have a good feeling about today. And I cleaned my kitchen because that was also very necessary, but it's not completely cleaned, so I need to keep going and do more.
Mm-hmm. You can see like a little sliver of my kitchen back there, and I also need to clean and organize some things as well. But I was wondering as well, when it came to the Tea Dragon festival, because those like physical are so huge, and like the little e-reader. Sometimes I was like, oh, I hope you. So it might be good to like try to get a physical copy, or like.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and find a physical, but it's not going to be very likely. But I'll try.
I know. Yeah, but yeah, we can always hope. I ended up having lunch, and then so what I did for lunch is I like was quite lazy. I made ramen, but like I added an egg, added some vegetables. Yeah, like I feel like you can take a normal base and then just add a bunch of stuff on to like make it feel a little bit like more
That's the
filling.
fun part of ramen.
What'd you say?
That's the fun part of ramen.
Exactly. Like it's a normal base and you can just add whatever you want to it. So yeah, I had like broccoli, I put some sprouts, just a bunch of stuff on, and it was very yummy. It wasn't very summery, but it was very yummy. And then I also returned to Ghost Station, and I read another chapter, and I started the 3rd chapter, which is our final chapter of our buddy read. So once I finish that, then I can update the group on my reactions to it. But so far I'm liking it. Like I'm intrigued. Like I like the group of people. So hopefully that continues. Yeah. I think I waited a good time though, because there was a lot of hype, and then suddenly everyone was kind of like, not as great as Dead Silence. But I'm glad I took the time.
Good plan.
To, like, finally start it. Yeah. Didn't get much reading in that sprint, working on some admin things. Got a little bit of exercise done. Awesome. Yeah.
Also good.
Yeah, I think admin is probably what I'm going to have to do eventually, but not today.
That's fair.
Maybe you need to try one more time. Oh, because I think he was responding to Key being like only 40 pages in, but this is my 4th time trying. You aren't alone, Key. Quite a few people I know have like attempted and then just like put aside for the season. I did that with a buddy read actually with Danny, who I'm buddy reading now with Nell, and we both agreed that with that series, like the biggest benefit was reading it with someone, so we both can be like asking questions and making sure that if I missed something, she would get it. So it just might be one of those series where you need to do that. Well, I got to 65%, slowly but surely making progress. Awesome. Finished lunch, moved my body, did a few Duolingo lessons.
Ooh, what language?
Yeah, that's a good question. What language? Definitely locked in this time, so update soon. Yes,
Oh, good.
like you can always like reach out. I read it last year, but I'm definitely happy to chat with you, Key, and I'm sure a few others in the comments if you need like a buddy system for us to confirm who's who and what's going on. Hello, Brecht. How are you? Half hour, you got in 14 pages. Awesome. Have 13 pages
Yeah.
left. Oh my gosh. Feel free to mute us.
Yeah, just mute us and keep going, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Set up a few new tracker sheets in my binder. What new tracking, like what new statistics are you tracking? Went down a Reels rabbit hole. That happens
Yeah,
to
it
us
happens.
all the time. Mm-hmm. And then where did the time go? Didn't
Correct.
notice it, which actually is quite nice because the fact that I was like, oh, 75 minutes, how are we going to feel about this? And it's like once in a while we'll do it. And
Once
yeah,
in a while, you need a longer sprint, you know?
to actually get something done. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And maybe even like take a 15 to just do nothing. Like you can pencil that in. Why not?
exactly.
Finished part 1 in Skyward. A good start on cleaning my kitchen and found 4 gift cards while cleaning
Ooh,
my room.
fun.
Yeah, are they like book gift cards, shopping, like, for clothing? Like what kind of gift cards are they? Did not read. Was chatting and working admin. Yeah. Honestly, sprints are really helpful for admin stuff. How long do we have left? Okay, so we'll be going for about 3 more hours. Not sure if Aoife, you likely will want to go to bed soon. Yeah, so I totally approve of that. That is good.
I'm old, girl.
Also, you're in our
I'm
future.
old and I live in the future. So,
Meanwhile, it's like daylight for us still, so totally understand. But yeah, so I'll be going for another 3 hours, Brecht, if anything. Read a bit and had a late dinner. Decided to focus on Ashes and the Star-Cursed King on these sprints and read more of Lone Women before bed until I fall asleep. Ashes of the Star-Cursed King. Who's the author of that? Because I don't know. I feel like Ashes is also a very common word in a title, so I could be
yes.
distracted by that.
So you could be bamboozled by that.
I could, because I also know that people have been reading Ashes of the Sun lately, and that's another title. So I'm just whatever. Got to 19% of my audio. Awesome.
Nice.
Made it to 96% of Never Let Me Go. 10 days. You're so close to the end. Ooh, should I start a nonfiction about a Belgian equivalent of the Holocaust or Powerless? Ooh, well, which Powerless?
Which
There's a few Powerless
powerless?
titles.
Are you talking the Elsie Silver powerless or the Lauren Roberts powerless?
Yeah, because I haven't read the Lauren Roberts one, but I recommend that one.
I
Because
haven't read either of them.
yeah. Well, I wasn't a fan of Powerless by Elsie Silver, so I'm biased.
That's fair.
So yeah.
That's fine.
That's an H, not an N. Oh, that happened to me with Cursed of the Mist Wraith and American Gods. I think I read both of them on my 4th try. It was a journey for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
It took me 3 tries to get into One Day by David Nichols. And then when I did actually read it, I was at the beach and ended up crying.
Oh my gosh, you're crying on the beach. Perfect. I got like life got really busy when I was reading it was the 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle.
Mm-hmm.
And I read like 150 pages of that. And then life got really crazy because I was finishing my master's. And so then I did have to like restart it because I like started reading it like 7 months later. And I just thought, I don't remember anything.
Fair.
I did have to restart that. I'm trying to think if there's been a book that I've like tried multiple times. I don't think I
Did
don't
you
think
enjoy the 7.5 Deaths?
Did I enjoy it? No.
Fair. Because I
Yeah.
tried reading it and what I thought the issue was is that I had literally put down Evelyn Hugo and then picked up 7.5 Deaths because like this is the same person, this is the same name, that's fine. It was not fine.
No.
I did not have a fun time.
I'm still baffled by how similar those titles are. Like
They're
that
so
is
similar. And didn't they
like
come out
the fact that it's
relatively close
Evelyn
to one
H.
another too?
What'd you say?
I think they came out relatively close to one another as well.
Me too. I think, but like in separate countries. Like I think the like UK Europe editions of Evelyn Hardcastle came out at the same time that Evelyn Hugo was coming out in the US. So that's why when Hardcastle got published in the US, it became 7.5.
Mm-hmm. To avoid the confusion.
I'm pretty sure most editions are just 7 Deaths of Arvillin Hardcastle. But yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that one, mainly because I don't know. I felt like a lot of questions at the end should have been answered and they weren't, and they were really quick. And I personally, I feel like there was fat phobia in that book.
We don't love that.
Yeah, and it confirmed for me because I read 150 pages and I was like, I feel like there's fat phobia in this. This is like messing with me. And then when I reread it, I had the audio and I had to hear everything again, and I was like, yep, makes it worse. I was like, so that wasn't a great book for me, personally.
I don't want to be a part of that.
No, yeah, and I think it's like once you're told about it, it probably is more helpful to see. So anyone in the comments, if you didn't notice it, you'll be aware now that you know if you ever decide to reread it.
Yeah.
I'm setting up visual trackers for a few budgeting, some personal challenges. Sounds great.
Excellent.
I'll be back. I have to go pick up the little ones from school. Sounds good.
See you later.
Yeah, see ya. Drive safe if you're driving. Hello. Currently reading Bloodmarked. Ooh, that's another popular title. I hope you like it. Carissa Broadbent, fantasy romance author, is the ashes of the... This makes sense because I was just looking, and that title, that new one, The Ashes of the Star, blah, 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 Star Cursed King, that one is being processed, like a copy is being processed at the library where I work, like, so I know it's going to be added to the system. So I think that's why I recognized it. I also now know who Carissa Broadbent is. I know she's famous. So there's that. Which I did not realize before. That was. Oh, thank you. I didn't either. And like every romantasy reader was like, Leandra, how do you not know who she is? And I was like, well, I do now.
They live under a rock.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Sorry about me.
Okay. Duh. Didn't you guys know? My address is The Rock. That sounds weird because that's also an actor. We're going to keep moving forward.
You live in The Rock?
I do. I loved Bloodmark. Oh, and then Lauren Roberts. Then go ahead and read that one. I mean,
go read that one.
Mm-hmm. Y'all need to stop recommending books. My holds list is already maxed out. No,
sorry, Maggie. Not sorry.
We will never stop. Never read Bloodmarked. Me neither, but like I think everyone I know who's read it has enjoyed it.
Okay.
Walmart, 1 apple and 2 Sweet Frog. Actually have
nothing. What Sweet Frog is.
But a sad day discovered that some of these gift cards don't have food on it or don't have money. Mm-hmm. I think Sweet Frog, is that like a ice cream or like a frozen yogurt maybe? It's not in my area. Yeah. Need to go shower, run a quick errand. Sounds good, Courtney. Hope it is successful. It's good so far. I loved Legendborn. Yes, because Bloodmarked is the second book to Legendborn. Yes. That makes sense. Because I remember Brittany was reading it, I think, with Anna. Like they were buddy reading it a little while back. As I leave, it starts to downpour.
No.
Oh no. Perfect timing. Also, hello, Francesca. Working on Interview with the Vampire. This is another one. Yeah, I think a lot of people enjoy this, but I haven't read it. So if you recommend the film. You've seen the film. I haven't seen the film. So that's, maybe I should wait. Read, then watch.
Yeah. Always read, then watch.
Maybe Francesca watched before reading. I don't know. Sometimes people do that. Unlucky, I have till September 2nd till I have to go to school. Yeah, see? September. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Legendborn was excellent. Well, I have to add it to the list. And again, I'm feeling very cool about getting to the bottom of the comments.
So productive in getting through the comments in good timing. Woo-hoo. Am I a good omen?
I think so. You're like helping me stay on track. We're chatting. We're still having good conversations, but then we're like proceeding, which I appreciate. Oh my goodness. Okay, so 45 minutes will be on the clock, but also, how much longer are you thinking you're going to be here, Aoife? Because I don't want to force you to be here.
I am possibly already going to hop out because it is 9 o'clock and I need to start doing my wind down. I'm already starting doing my wind down. But I will likely be in the comments for a little bit.
Sounds good. Well, in that
Really?
case, this is everyone's reminder to make sure that you go subscribe to Pretty Purple Polka Dots. The handle will be down below. I don't think I had time to like do all the links, but if you
That's
copy
okay.
and paste, find Aoife. Find her, please. And then we'll be good to go. That's your first task for productivity today.
Yeah.
Next week, off to relax. Smart.
Oh, good idea.
Okay. Well, in that case, we shall all wish you a lovely night and a good sleep.
Thanks.
We'll see you in
It
the
was
comments.
nice to read with everybody. Thanks for having me.
Of course. It was great to have company because I don't often have company on these. So perfect. Okay.
You're so welcome.
Well,
See you later.
see ya. Have a good one. Happy sprinting. Hello! Welcome back! Hope you all did well, were productive. Maybe you ate, maybe you got cozy, whatever you ended up doing. I'm trying to switch the banner as a friendly reminder. Make sure that you are drinking water and you are taking care of yourselves. When I immediately went off to start sprinting and reading, we did end up getting an answer from Francesca. And actually, the one before. Read it in high school, loved it. This is Interview with a Vampire. It's a lot more philosophical than I was ready for, and I'm appreciating it more now, even though I really loved it back then, just being ready for a lot of vampire angst. Yeah, maybe a little bit kind of like gothic notes. Also think you should watch both the old movie and the AMC series, which, though not as faithful to the book, is really good. We all said goodnight to Aoife, because Aoife is lovely and deserves a good night's sleep. And then Maggie was asking for autumnal reads for like fantasy, sci-fi, and contemporary romance. Kind of a bit fanficky. I provided my own like thoughts and ideas. I don't know if you all noticed, but at the beginning I was like looking at my shelves, like what could I offer? So In Every Generation, that one's like supernatural. And then The Tainted Cup is fantasy Sherlockian, and it's kind of a bit dark and creepy. Then Cackle, I just finished Cackle, and I know that that's like very autumnal vibes because it's very witchy. So there's that. Goddess of Filth is a possession horror though, and that wasn't one that you offered. And Cackle is horror, but I would actually say it's more cozy, cozy witchy vibes than actual horror. But that might be just my perspective. So I provided a bit of options myself. Also, Brecht said, "Wow, what an ending!" Looking into book 2. Vanessa joined us during those sprints, watching the Can I Trust Brie videos. Oh, yay. I hope that you enjoy them. Tennille also popped in. Off work now, and the to-do list is too long. I think I've caught up to just before we're going to start saying like how we did. I ended up reading the next chapter. So now I've read 3 chapters of Ghost Station, and I'm getting the lay of the land. We've met all the characters. I have a few characters that I'm like, you could die. Like this will be good. And it's because it's sci-fi horror. I'm like, okay, I'm anticipating some bodies, and I'm like picking and choosing like the kind of characters. Like this one character pulled like such a horrible prank, and I'm like, ooh, classic horror trope. Once he does that, he's setting himself up. He's gonna die. He might be the first to die, because that's usually what happens, which I find very funny. So it is a slow beginning. I understand why people are kind of like, oh, this is a slow book, because it is. Like the first 3 chapters, we're only now like getting the lay of the characters, and yeah, I still don't fully know where we're going, but I'm okay with that. So yeah. Dawn made it to page 45 of 190. Very nice. Reading like a nice short book, feeling good about it. Ate dinner, got to 86% in my book. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you're hoping to finish it tonight. Also, not sure how big the book is, but you're getting very close. 66%. Brittany's reading a very chunky book as well. So understandable that you, like, I think didn't make it too far percentage wise, but I'm sure you read a lot of it. Asking how Vanessa is. Yeah, that's a good question. Vanessa, I hope you're feeling better. Finished Never Let Me Go. It was interesting, 3 stars. Denise, I would argue that that's probably what I've given it to. I think I gave it 3 stars as well. Fascinating concept. I think it actually was a great book to have a discussion with. Like it could be like a good book club read to talk about. But like, I don't know. I feel like it's soft sci-fi, I would argue. That's what Katsuo Ishiguro is, like soft sci-fi. Because I think Clara and the Sun is like that as well, where there is some science fiction, but it's like, I don't know. It's a kind of a quiet book, like his writing is. Need to finish Dragon Fruit tonight. It's due shortly after work tomorrow. Also need to cook and do a grocery pickup. Yes, the productive tasks that we need to keep our household running and like make sure that we can continue living another day. Those are necessary. Chatting with Beatrice during that sprint. Ooh, very nice. Sounds good. Speaking of, Danny is a co-host in Beatrice's own readathon that's happening in September. So if you're interested in like mythologies, it's the Goddess Complex, and you can definitely check it out. Actually, there's quite a few people in the comments who are a part of that readathon, by the way. I just realized it because she was chatting with Beatrice, got distracted chatting, changed my sheets, so now I can cozy up and read in the next one. Yeah, I got distracted too. I ended up chatting in the group chat I have actually with Danny and Nell about Ghost Station. I gave my thoughts, and I actually had to stop listening to Nell's response because I had to come back here. So I still have to listen to hear her own reactions to the book. Ooh, got to 65%. Very nice, Francesca. I'm reading a book called Gigantian. Oh my gosh. This book. So, no idea how to say that, but it's funny. It's like a horror satire. Well, the V's I'm imagining are U's, and kind of like leaning into the humor of like maybe horror and like some spiciness. That's what I'm imagining. I am feeling much better. Oh, that's so good. I'm glad, because I know that you were having a hard time. It's the worst when you're not feeling well, especially when you're like, I have things to do. Like, I've got things to prepare for. I didn't read that sprint, but packaged up some pango orders and did my dishes. Woohoo! You know, I've had a lull, which is actually nice, but I recently sold so many books on Pango. I was shocked. I don't really know what was going on, and now I have all these like Pango bucks to use. I just have to figure out what I'm actually going to buy. And if I want to like hold off and then buy things as I read them, you know, that's usually what I do. After I read a book from the library, I'm like, ooh, I want to own this. That's actually how I'm feeling with, I don't know where I put it, Bury Your Gaze by Chuck Tingle. Am I going to switch to that? I have to figure out what I'm going to switch to, because now I've read my Ghost Station pages for the day. So I'm going to have to, I have a lot of currently reads. I might, I don't know, because there's Bury Your Gaze, which I'm currently reading, and I do have the audio for that. But I also am actually, I have How to Make a Horror Movie and Survive, and I currently have the audio for that for another 2 days. I've got the physical book, but if I want to like start off with the audio, I might have to do that one. Anyways, Sarah, let me see what you actually said. Read one chapter and watched the announcement for Halloween-a-thon. Whoa, so excited, and it's still August. Who's the host of that? Because that's very fun. Percentages on big books are depressing. Yeah, it's almost like it feels more satisfying when you say how many pages you've read versus like the percentage, because you're like, well, or the number of chapters. Hello, reading Middle of the Night by Riley Sager. I have that on my shelf as well. I have, to my right, I have my specifically library books shelves, and that's a book that I recently borrowed from the library as well. I am intrigued by the premise of that one. It will be my second Riley Sager. Watched a couple of the Can I Trust videos. Woohoo! I have a couple I still need to watch. I think the one I have queued up right now is Nicole, and hers is more of a sit down anyway. Because I think she said at the beginning that she couldn't really vlog for a certain reason, but now she's just going to have like an open discussion about the book. So I do still have to watch that one. I messaged you on Discord. Maybe you didn't get it. I was wondering if you ever wanted to sprint. Oh my gosh, yeah, I'll be sure to respond. Thanks. Discord is so tough with the DMs because I feel like it's like in a different compartment compared to the various groups that I'm in. So thanks for sending me that message. Maybe you need to switch to pages. That's exactly what I was saying. I was like, it might, make you feel like you've done more, to argue that you've done more. Just always forget to take note of what page I'm on. Yeah, like where you started. That makes sense. My Pango shop was closed for most of the summer because I was here, there, and everywhere. Needed a break. I just reopened it again last night, so it's fun to have a few orders right away. Yeah, it is really nice. That's good. That's smart to also be able to like close your shop and be like, hey, I'm on vacation or I'm doing other things. I always forget to do that. And then when I go away, I'm usually not away for too long, but I have to message the person saying, I'm so sorry. I am away for a couple days. Is it okay if I send it as soon as I get back? Because I don't think about it. It's more of a me thing. But anyway, they are the best. I've quite a few. I recently was very fortunate. I sold, you all know, and I won't talk about it, but I didn't end up liking Elsie Silver books, and I owned them all because that was the only way I had access for when I was originally doing that read along. And so I was able to sell them for the amount that I purchased them in. Someone else was able to enjoy the British editions and everything. And I was like, Perfect. And now I have Pango Bucks. So I'm like, what to buy, what to buy. Hello, Nell. I was just talking about you. So this is Nell Diamond, the third person that I am reading the Ghost Station with. And Nell, I had to stop your message because I had to get back on here. So I will go back and continue listening to your thoughts about Ghost Station. I just was like, I'm listening, but I'm also seeing the cat about to meow, so I had to stop it. Made it to chapter 17. Awesome, Christy. It's by Katsuo Ishiguro. I will type it in the comments so that you have the spelling. So that's coming at you. This one. But let me get back to what you were saying. Would love to read it as I've been getting more into sci-fi. Yeah, I would argue that Ishiguro is definitely more soft sci-fi. So like a good introduction, as far as if you're not really sure what kind of sci-fi you like and how heavy sci-fi you like. Oh my gosh, but now yeah, I thought of Nell with the Never Let Me Go because Nell, I think did you give it 3 stars? I can't remember, but we were just talking about how we all gave it 3 stars as well. And I was saying how like I think his writing is just too soft for me. It's like it's like kind of like a conservative, like more philosophical, thoughtful, like less action, less like plot driven, I think. But I don't know if I'm describing it right. Slimes and Slashers, I think is her username. Great. Thanks, Sarah. Would you be able to share your Pango link? Oh yeah, I should be able to. Although unfortunately, I'm not sure how helpful it is for those who are outside of the U.S. Because Brex, I know that you are in Europe. But yeah, I'm happy. Sure. It actually typically in my videos, my general videos, it will be in the description. I think I might be wrong. Ooh, I might be wrong. I think it is though, but I'll try to share it here too. I got a bunch of chores done, so going to relax for a bit before getting into some other things. Going to read a little of The Raven Boys, a classic. It's my first time reading it. It's for a book club. Well, I know a few people who've really adored it. Julie from Keep Calm with Books and Coffee. That's a nostalgic read for her. So if you want someone to chat with, I know that she'd be up for it. I figured that's why you left. Yeah, I was like, I just suddenly stopped responding. And I was like, I hope she understands. And I didn't just like stop doing that. Yeah. 2.75. That makes sense. So Nell, I gave it to Nell for Battle of the Booktubers because Nell was saying that she was like looking to try some sci-fi, and I was like, okay, I don't know how hardcore of sci-fi I should go, so I went with Never Let Me Go, and then I was like, well, I probably shouldn't have recommended a book that I also wasn't that impressed with. I mean, it was fine. I respect it and I understand why other people love it, but I was like, if I gave it a 3 star and I'm more of a sci-fi person than Nell is, maybe this wouldn't work out. But anyways, we live and we learn. Now, let me see here. I've got to figure out what I'm going to start. The first thing I'm going to do is go back and listen to Nell's message about the Ghost Station. I don't think it's just Ghost Station. There's no article there. So I'm going to listen to her thoughts. And then I think I will start How to Make a Horror Movie and Survive, just because I have the audio for another 2 days. So I might as well try to listen while I can, and then I can just switch to the physical read. That's probably what I'm going to do in the next sprint. And I'm just going to keep it at 45. If you all want it longer, I can do that in the next. And 6 o'clock always comes so fast. We only have 2 hours left. So we'll probably just do 2 more sprints, 45 each. I think that's the best way to ensure that we don't get any confusion as far as like you then being transferred over to Brittany's sprint. So those of you who are here, because I think there's a few new people, I'm done in 2 hours, but when I close this off and end the sprint, you will be redirected to Brittany Loves Reading, who's also in the comments. She goes on for another 5 hours. So don't worry if you've just arrived and you're like, oh man, I still have stuff to do. Even though we only have 2 sprints here, we'll have more over at her channel. Oh, you're due a reread soon, Christy. Well, Christy could totally chat with you about it too. It could have been a novella if it was a short story. This is, what's so crazy? There have been a few books I've read this year where I'm thinking, if this was a novella, I would have liked it better. That's an interesting thing because I don't read novellas very often, but there have been a couple that I have thought that exact thing, that the book should have been shorter and or ended sooner, like a certain section and then just been done. Interesting. It's on your TBR. Well, Sarah, I'll have to let you know what I think about it. All right. Well, I'm going to let the cat count down, but I will see you guys in another 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. Let me know how everybody did. Just a reminder, that was our second to last sprint. So the next one's going to be our last one. I ended up starting How to Make a Horror Movie and Survive, and I'm really liking it. It's fun. Like, I don't really know where it's going. I know I read the back of the synopsis at one point, like the back of the book. I don't remember it, and I'm fine with going in blind. But I'm reading one. I think I'm reading technically 3 horror books right now because I'm reading Ghost Station, Bury Your Gaze, and How to Make a Horror Movie and Survive. The fact that both of these are Hollywood, I'm into. They're very different, so I don't feel badly about juggling the two of them. However, I do feel as though I probably, like, maybe I'll finish the chapter I'm on and then just dedicate myself to binging this and being done, because I'm whipping through this one too. So I'm imagining that they'll just be better for me to separate them because they're both like about horror industry and everything. But yeah, I'm like 100% into like spooky mode at this point. Because every single book I'm reading is like either a mystery thriller, or a horror. I think there's only one book that is a like historical romance randomly, and that's Arabella, because that's like my nighttime read, so I can relax. Should I be reading all these books? No. And did the fact that I'm reading, I think, 6 books at once summon Rainy? I think it did. I think we officially summoned Rainy into the comments. Hello. Yeah, I think I'm reading like 6 or 7 books right now, and that is too many, but I'm having a good time. It's fine. Hello, Sherry. Welcome back. Also, we have Awana. How are you? Happy to finally catch one of these live. Currently working while listening to Gideon the Ninth. Oh my gosh, that one, I swear, there's always one person who is reading this on sprints with us. That must be just one of the staple books. Because, yeah. Have I read it? No. But every time it's mentioned, do I want to read it a little bit more? Yes. And Beatrice, being in Portugal, being in Europe, obviously it's time for her to go to sleep. So she left us, but apparently, hopefully for the whole thing, and maybe with some news next week. What? That's very intriguing. And yeah, always lovely to have her in the comments and hanging out with us. And don't forget, Beatrice has her own readathon happening in September. So if you're like a big fantasy reader, or you love the idea of a fantasy surrounding goddesses, specifically the Greek goddesses, definitely check out her readathon. That sprint went a little off the rails. Read some of Dragon Fruit, had a tuna wrap, yum, and chatted with some friends over Messenger. I mean, that sounds lovely. That sounds like a recharge kind of sprint, which we all need. I'm fiddling with decluttering. It's hard getting rid of stuff. It really is. But I'm sure it's nice to be moving and doing that, especially because Courtney, if any of you don't know, also sprints on Tuesdays during this time. So Courtney finished up hers, and now you can finally kind of be doing things around the house. So hopefully you can kind of say goodbye to some things. I've been doing that this week as well, because I've been doing a bit of a deep clean of my apartment for the last couple weeks. And so I've had to say goodbye to certain items when I'm realizing, I forgot you existed, meaning I probably don't actually need you. And so I've had to do that too. But anyways, yes, hello again to Rady. Just watched your vlog and just DNF'd Middle of the Night by Riley Sager at 37%. I was so beyond bored, I didn't care. Oh my gosh, that is not the first time we've heard that title today. I'm going to scroll up and see, because I know we had just talked about it, because that was on my to-read list. And now I'm kind of worried about it. Oh yeah. Reading Middle of the Night. How are you feeling about this? Update us. Are you also bored? Because Rady was bored. And Rainy, I think you are a fan of Riley Sager, right? Like, you've had some winners by him. That's not good, because I was hoping this would be my redemption with him, because I didn't, like as much as others. Home Before Dark, I was kind of disappointed by the ending. So I was hoping that this would work out for me, but okay. Read 27 pages, watched YouTube. Sounds good, Sarah. I also answered you, Sarah, on Discord. Not sure if you noticed. Made it to page 70 of 190. All right. What's really nice is you're very close to halfway. Like all you've got to do is read another 25 pages, and then you'll be halfway. That is very satisfying. Haven't started anything, so I don't think I will tonight. Yeah, Brecht, honestly, you're also in Europe, so probably might just be a time to unwind and relax. Ooh, made dinner, watched Julie's Can I Trust a video. Awesome. I still need to I need to watch Nicole's. I think that's the only one I don't have. And Neva's, when Neva's is posted. Those are the two I still have to watch if I'm like looking at the list now, at the playlist that was created by Brittany. And those are the only two I've got to read now. Watch. I always, what's so funny is I use the verb read so often that I will replace other verbs with read. Like when I want to watch something or want to make something, I say the term read instead. And books on the brain made it to 70% and fell into an Instagram hole. Ooh, honestly, that is why we're thankful. Where's this? The cat. We're thankful for the cat because at least it like brings us back. So even if I get into a social media, binging session, I suddenly will be like, okay, we've done it, and now I can readjust my brain. Because if you don't have a timer, you'll be lost there. Like, and you won't come up for air for a while. 62 pages into the 5th season. So far, so good. Okay, Key. I feel as though once you get the multiple perspectives and you kind of know what's happening, especially the timeline, and this isn't a spoiler, but the timelines aren't happening at the same time. And I think that was what was going on, because there's like this massive earthquake that like ripples throughout like the entire land. And so there's, if my memory serves, there's a perspective after, and then there's two perspectives before it. So if that helps you as far as like understanding, like the second person format, that occurs after the earthquake, of course, but the other two you get from the child and the younger woman, those are before the massive event. Not sure if that might not be what you're struggling with, but just so other people know if they want to start, the perspectives I think trip people up a lot. I picked up and there's also it might be, some people don't like it, but in the back of the book there's a guide explaining certain terms and certain seasons to you, so that might be helpful, but some people might view it as spoilery if you see a term that you haven't actually gotten to yet in the text. I picked up the little ones from school, and now it stops raining, of course. They got their 3rd clue today. They were so excited. Oh, that's right, because you have a bit of a scavenger hunt going on. I still love that. That is so fun. Again, no reading. This time around, I played around with Google Forms and Google Sheets. My age, no, honestly, your age is not showing, because those things, anything technological, especially that like gathers data, we all have to almost like, it's practice makes perfect. I need to watch some tutorials or just talk to Bree to see how she set up for TAR. Oh yeah. Honestly, I think Brianna's a great person to ask, especially for spreadsheets, connecting spreadsheets to Google Forms and functions, or just like YouTube tutorials, depending on what you want for it to actually work to happen. That's not that that's what you're doing, but for me, that's part of why any readathon I have done or will do will not be competitive, because I cannot handle the calculations. Like TBR Harvest, which I've already mentioned a lot. I'll have that announcement video in the next like 2 weeks. About 2 weeks from now, I'll have it out. And that's for October. That is not competitive, because I'm like, nope, everyone's going to take care of themselves. I will help with prompts and things, but I am not going to calculate anything. Hello, Fiona. Just tuning in, aiming to finish. Oh, Butts a backstory. I don't know what that is, but that's very funny. Isn't that a place in Montana as well? Maybe it's not. Is it Butte, Montana? I gotta look it up. It is. It's Butte. I was like, oh, maybe it's about that. Never mind. Anyways, it sounds very funny. Maybe it's not that funny. I need to figure out dinner soon. Isn't that crazy? We were just talking about it being like, at least for us in North America, it being a bit of a lunch sprint. And then suddenly now we're like, it's time for us to start thinking about dinner. At like 10, it's fine. Exactly. I was like, no matter what number I say, Rainey will be currently reading more than me. Finished my book. It was a 3 stars. Well, congratulations on finishing it. I'm glad that you didn't hate the book, but also 3 stars. I think sometimes it's the worst star rating to give because you typically don't feel any strong feelings about it, which is just not fun. Like I'd almost rather adore a book or hate a book than just be like, it was okay. It was fine. It existed. I ran to the library during that sprint, and I may have a problem. In preparation for the readathon next month, I had so many holds that I couldn't carry all of the books in one go. Ooh, that's always very fun. Honestly, I was that way for the Amazing Readathon too. So at least you're very prepared. The carrying of the books is, not fun. But now once you have them in your home, you're like, I have so many books at my disposal. This is lovely. I need to get into the Locked Tomb series. Ooh, I don't think I know that, unless we've been talking about it and I didn't realize that the book we were talking about was a part of that series because I like the sound of it. You are in, yeah, I'm 100% into the spooky season. I can't even imagine spooky season yet. It's 36 with, oh my gosh, that is so hot. With humidex calculations here, 72 degrees humidity. So, like, for those of you who don't use Celsius, that is like in the 90s, even like hundreds. Like, that is hot. Like when you're in the 30s, I'm like, that is in the 90s. That is when I do not go outside. That's really hot. Oh my gosh. And the high humidity. We've been very lucky. It's been 60s here, which for Celsius is like in the teens, somewhere in the teens. Let me see here. Probably low teens. It might be like 11, 12 degrees. Maybe 13, something like that. So it hasn't been that bad. Maybe that, and that's helping. Like I went on a walk, it was windy. I had like a light jacket on. So I think I'm like, yes, cold weather. It's probably too soon. I was too embarrassed to make 2 trips to my car. So I left several holds behind and we'll have to go back tomorrow. Oh my gosh. But honestly, the library probably loves you because they're like, this one's a good one. This summer has been so hot for this part of Canada, hoping for fall chill soon. Honestly, I'd be ready for an early fall. Like I want it to happen, but I feel like fall begins later and later every year. Up to chapter 22. Awesome, Christy. Took a break from reading, watched some YouTube, thinking about starting Cuddy by Benjamin Myers. I've never heard of that. If you do, I hope it works out. I don't love her. You don't. I've hated 2. Loved. Oh, you've loved 1 though. That's what it is. So like more often than not, he doesn't hit for you. So I probably need to be done with him. Yeah. And I feel like that makes sense that I don't know if I should really be giving him a chance again for me. I know a lot of people love him, but it doesn't seem to work out where some people love and some people, like he doesn't seem wishy-washy. Either people love him or people hate him. Dang, I'm also reading Middle of the Night. I hope I don't end up DNFing. Oh no, Key. Oh man. Yeah, at least I would argue that he's probably a good balance for the 5th season just because it's less complicated. So maybe it'll work for you. But normally his books are bingeable and I read them in a day. I can't pick this one up. I'm probably going to watch, Gabby Reed's spoiler vlog, see if it was worth continuing. Very smart. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. And honestly, at least it's very bingeable. So a good thing to kind of at least be reading maybe with a complicated book. Got to page 178 of Acid for the Children. Flea's real name is Michael Peter Balzari, or Balzari, might be that. He was born in Melbourne, Australia. What? I had no idea. Finished booking and planning my trip. Got to page 45 in Hellfire by Marielle Pomeroy, but I might DNF. I just have zero interest. I feel like our DNF game these days is really strong. We've been DNFing like crazy, like our community, and I'm for it. Like if you need a DNF and move on to a better read, do it. Like that is just the better way to do it. I've been resisting my spooky mood for days until I finish some romances and fantasy reads I was in the middle of, but I'm going to go full out next week. So my current reads might look similar to mine. I welcome you to the fold. Do it. But yeah, get those romance and fantasies out of the way, especially if you like want to read them. It's most certainly not. I literally could not care less, and I know 100% what is going to happen. Oh gosh, yeah. Sad day indeed. Good morning, Jess. Woohoo, just in time. We're doing one more sprint. Just woke up, watched Nicole's Can We Trust? Great. Had coffee, breakfast, working on a fantasy romance readathon to replace boy bands. Interesting. Honestly, yeah. That I'm into that. Only want to host one, and that's Clue. Yeah, that's also good just to break it up for yourself as well. Need to start thinking about lunch. It's almost 2 here. That's right, because you're like on the Pacific coast, so it's a little bit earlier for you. I am preparing for the cat. I allowed it to meow, but I'm so close to the end of the comments, we're just going to go for it, and then we'll do the 45-minute sprint, or maybe a little bit longer. We'll see. I was going to say I'm from the UK, but no idea. It's about like the history of fashion, how, butts and people's changing opinions have driven changes to fashion. That's actually really interesting. I love that. And like obviously the title is eye-catching and will make people pick it up and look at it. So, oh yeah, I'm for it. Gideon the Ninth, Locked Tomb. Thank you so much. That makes sense. Because I was like, I'm sure we've 100% talked about it. I didn't know that Gideon the Ninth, that series was called Locked Tomb. We'll see if I can remember that. Jail's off to the bookstore. That sounds lovely. Yeah, have so much fun. Gideon, Harrow, Nona, and Alecto the Ninth. Those are the 4 books in the Locked Tomb. Leandra the Bad Girl of BookTube, the Human Temperature Converter. Yeah, what can't I do? I mean, I'm probably wrong. The funny thing is people are just accepting that I'm providing those conversions. I'm basing it off of, because I know that 22 degrees Celsius, I'm pretty sure is 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So I just kind of do a little bit of that. I'm probably wrong. Hello. Oh my gosh, Renee. Haven't seen you all day. Glad to see ya. Reading Warrior Princess of Penroyal Academy. That is a lovely title. And just in time, because we've got one more sprint before we head over to Brittany's. Let me see here. Things I have to do. Also, while I'm doing that, just double check. Do you have enough water and snacks for this final sprint? That is very important. And let me see if I can find the right one. After the timer, the stream will automatically redirect. Should I do that? I'll do a check-in. We'll do a final check-in. So let me adjust that, because we will be able to do like a 5-minute chat afterwards. We will have a chat, and then the stream will automatically redirect. Okay. Did I spell everything correct? I think so. Well, yeah, thanks everyone who's been able to hang out with us all day or just stop in for the last hour. I really appreciate it. We'll be back and we'll talk after the sprint, but I just wanted to say that in case anyone had to leave right away. And yeah, because it's nighttime, dinner time, maybe you're going for lunch. So like no worries if you have to head out. I just wanted to say that before you leave. Okay, let's go on for our final 45-minute sprint. welcome back from that last sprint. I hope everyone was productive or took the time to eat, took the time to relax, especially if you've been productive all day. You know, it makes sense. You might want to relax. I did see that we had a few people join us in that last sprint, including Christina, just lurking today, working on the sprinting spreadsheet. Some chores, about to send my boys off to play Magic and D&D. Have a nice quiet house to yourself. I love that for you. That sounds great. And yeah, thanks for the reminders of that, especially hydrating. It's really important. I've been hydrating all day, and I'm really glad for it because I think it's helped me remain productive, in my opinion. Also, Amal joined. Hello. E-reading the Love Remedy 4% into for PickPongathon. Very nice. Listening to the Darkest Water for Battle-a-thon. Love that you're juggling 2 different reads. And yeah, of course, no worries. Just to remind everyone, even though we're wrapping up on my channel, we're going over to Brittany's. So even though those of you who joined just now, we're going to be going for a few more hours over there. And then, hello, Maggie, welcome back. Had to take a break due to my, oh my gosh, migraine starting. I'm sorry to hear that. That is not fun. And with migraines, you just kind of have to let them ride, which is really unfortunate. You left, read 7 chapters of the 7 to 10 split, or 7-10 split, I'm sure, and went for a workout to try to kill it. I'm back and it's definitely improved. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that you have certain methods that you kind of get through, and hopefully they help with that. Thanks, Leander. Of course, Jess. I'm glad that you're here. I just binged some of the Can We Trust vlogs. Hope you had fun with that. Starting my book for the day, A Dowry of Blood. Speaking of getting into spooky season, this one is a reimagining of Dracula, and it's from the perspective of one of the women in his harem. So very interesting, very short, gothic, definitely inspired by the classic. On top of that, there's also Carmilla, which I think I mentioned in my most recent video. That one was actually published before Dracula, also following a woman vampire. So yeah, I'm so here for getting into the mood. By the way, I should probably tell you how I did. So I said I was gonna finish this chapter and then just move on to another read, but I was like, you know what? I'm vibing. I might as well try to feel as though I'm confident where I am in the narrative before I jump ship. I wanted to make sure I was solid in knowing what was going on, and I finished the first part. The first part was called Desire. And what's actually really fun is each section is started off with a different director, like a horror director's quote. So the first one was George A. Romero, the director of Night of the Living Dead. And I'm about to start section 2, which is called Inspiration. And this quote says, "The first monster that an audience has to be scared of is the filmmaker, Wes Craven, director of A Nightmare on Elm Street." So yeah, and Wes Craven's obviously an icon in horror. So I'm having a really good time with it. It's very meta, very much having a good time referencing the various tropes, and leaning into the idea of the final girl and the bad girl who's the foil, and then the director wanting to be horrifying his audience members. Meanwhile, there's a trend towards the classic slasher. You can see the trend towards the Scream franchise, which is, digestible to everyone, not just people who like the horror film industry. And this horror director is I hate that. He's I want to scare people. I don't want this to be he's I want it to be niche. And I think that he's going to go on a journey trying to make an actually horrific movie. So anyways, it's very funny. It's making me laugh. So that's really great. It's very campy, which I'm totally into right now, the camp horror stuff. So that's what I did on my sprint. Of course, Ro, good to have you. That was a grocery pickup sprint for me. Need to get back to dragon fruit in the next one. The clock is ticking. Oh my gosh, you can do it. Yeah. It's always those things where you're feeling the tension and you're double checking, what's the hour I need to return this book by? When is this actually going to be taken from me? Dawn only made it to page 87. Kids came home from school. Yeah, they're going to distract. It's fine. But you still made quite a bit of progress, and you're just nearly halfway. You're so close to halfway, less than 10 pages. I got the last of the visual tracker sheet setting up for September through December. Ate dinner, leftovers, egg rolls, maple glazed carrots. That sounds really good, to be completely honest. Couldn't put that book down. Honestly, A Diary of Blood is a very like well-loved like horror too. So if people are trying to figure out where to go, that one might be the way, especially because it's very atmospheric. Like there's not a lot of like jump scares, for instance. Got to 71% of Gideon the Ninth, which is the Locked Tomb series. Trying to remember that. And made dinner. Awesome. Sounds great. Ate dinner, read the short intro to Cuddy. Awesome. We'll be joining Brittany Sprints to continue reading. I love it. I'm so glad you are enjoying How to Make a Horror Movie and Survive. Yes, successful spooky reads. Like, honestly. And my start of the spooky season, I had a few DNFs. So, like, it was touch and go for a second. But now I'm enjoying everything I'm reading that would be spooky-esque. So, mystery, thriller, horror, it's all working out. Like even me. So Tana French's The Searcher, that's more mystery thriller. And then I'm also obviously reading Midsummer Mysteries, which is just like a more comforting golden age mystery, all feeling spooky. So it's great. Read a bit more and decided to DNF. Oh, Linz, you know what? This is the best for you. You were considering this last sprint, so I'm glad you gave it a little bit more time, but there's no time for books that aren't working for you. And that's the thing. It's not necessarily that it's a bad book. It's just a book that doesn't bring you joy. So why are you forcing yourself to keep reading? If you're someone who is okay with DNFing. About 80 pages in, of course, Key. I'm so glad. All right, so you're going to have to keep us updated on how the 5th season and is it middle of the night? That's what it's called. The Riley Sager one. Like we'll have to do some progress checks with you to see what you think of those two books. Got to page 188, halfway through my book. Of course, glad to see you, Glenda. I love that you are always here and that you're our welcoming committee, making sure that everyone understands that this is a community and we're hanging out here. Of course, Alicia. Glad to have you. Got to 25% of Ashes and the Star-Cursed King. Carissa Broadbent, second book to Serpents and the Wings of Night, I think. Maybe I'm crazy. I was doing so well if I'm wrong. So now I'm going to continue Lone Women until I fall asleep. Thank you for the sprints, of course. It's really great to have all of you here and spending your Tuesday or Wednesday with me because these are my days off. So I get to like have some fun company in my home. Read one chapter that sprint. Awesome, Sarah. All right. So we have a few more minutes, but I just wanted to clarify to those that when I end the sprint, just hang on. You might have to agree to the transfer. I know that that's happened to some of us in the past, but like we'll be moving over to Brittany's. I'll probably give you a couple minutes ahead of time so that you can like have time to like refill anything you need, maybe stretch your legs before Brittany starts her chatting section. That's going to also be for PickPongathon, but if you're not here for PickPong, don't worry. You can just continue taking advantage of the sprints. Thanks for being here, Danny, and thanks for buddy reading Ghost Station with me and Nell. Have you seen the show Vera? Yes! Oh my gosh, I love it. It's so dark, but also kind of cozy. Like I get why people say it's not cozy mystery, but there is a bit of a comfort to it as far as just like there's going to be an ending, like a satisfying ending. Justice will be served in some capacity, even if like no one's lives will remain the same. I think that's what Vera does in such a great way, is that there is an injustice, there is a murder, a crime, and yes, justice is served, but everyone is still touched by that crime, including the detectives. Like I love Vera. The fact that she calls everyone love. And also, if you notice, the like filmography, the tones are just darker. There are darker tones in like the picture, and it's lovely. It's great. So, all right. I am going to transfer you all over to Brittany's sprints, and then we'll be hanging out over there. So, thanks everyone for hanging out, and I will see you guys next time, or I'll just see you in a couple minutes. How about that? I'll see you in a couple minutes. Okay. Bye.